Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. I'm glad you found your way here tonight. You've walked long roads, carried heavy thoughts, and faced enough battles for one day. Here, you don't need armor. You don't need strength, only rest. The night is calm now. Ancient castles sleep beneath the stars, and the wind moves slowly across the land. Nearby, a dragon rests beside warm stone walls, its breath steady, its presence gentle. This is not a creature of war tonight. It is a guardian of warmth, a quiet companion guiding you toward peace. You walk along an old path, listening to the soft crackle of embers and the slow rhythm of wings above. Each step feels lighter, each breath deeper. Nothing is asked of you here. No battles remain. Only a simple journey, made for rest, safety, and sleep. The road you follow is older than memory. Not because it is famous, but because it has been walked by those who needed mercy. The stones beneath your feet are worn smooth by prayer, by longing, by the quiet courage of people who kept going when no one applauded. And as you move forward, you begin to sense it. This is not just a path through the land. It is a path through the self. A lantern glows ahead, small as a firefly, steady as a promise. Its light does not push the darkness away. It simply makes room for you inside it. And you remember, without forcing it, how light works in the deepest stories. It does not shout. It invites. It waits. The dragon watches you from the edge of the ruins, half shadow, half warmth. Its eyes are ancient in the way a well-worn book is ancient, full of chapters touched by many hands, full of truths that do not need to be proven. When it breathes, the air grows softer, as if the night itself is exhaling with it. No hunger, no threat, only presence. You pause, and the wind carries a scent of cedar and ash. Somewhere nearby, candles flicker behind stone windows, a hidden hearth, a place prepared. You can almost hear pages turning, as if someone is reading by the fire, tracing words like footsteps. And in your chest, something loosens. The knot of rushing, the need to perform, the fear of being behind. The dragon lowers its head, slow and gentle, as if bowing. It does not demand obedience. It offers companionship. And you understand, quietly, that this is the first lesson of the night. The strongest guide is not the one who pushes you forward, but the one who walks beside you at your pace. You step closer, and the dragon's warmth meets your skin like sunlight remembered. It feels almost impossible that something so powerful could be so calm. And yet, isn't that the way the truest strength appears? Not as thunder, but as steadiness. Not as noise, but as a hand that does not let go. Above you, clouds drift like slow thoughts passing through a tired mind. Stars peek through in gentle clusters, as if the sky is leaving you small notes of hope. You look at them, and you think of all the times you begged for a sign, any sign, that you were not alone. Tonight, the sign is not dramatic. It is quiet. It is simply this: you are still here, you are still walking, and the story is not finished. The dragon begins to move, and you follow. Its steps make no harsh sound, only a soft press into earth, like a vow being kept. It leads you past crumbled arches and vines that have claimed old stone. You notice carved symbols along the walls, worn by time, still holding meaning in their shape. And though you cannot read them, you feel them, like a psalm you once knew by heart, like a verse rising uninvited when you need it most. A gate appears ahead, not iron, not guarded, not locked, just two standing pillars with a space between them, and a faint shimmer in the air like heat above a flame. You slow down. The dragon slows too, and suddenly, You sense that crossing this threshold is not about entering a place. It is about entering a posture, a willingness to be taught, a willingness to be softened. You hear, in the distance, the low toll of a bell, not the kind that warns, the kind that calls, like a church bell across a sleeping village, like a reminder that time is real. And yet, in this moment, time is also gentle. You lift your hand, almost without thinking, and touch the pillar. The stone is cool, but beneath it, faint warmth pulses, as if something alive is hidden under the surface. And for a moment, you picture your own heart that way, cool on the outside, careful, guarded, yet quietly burning with hope you barely admit you still have. The dragon's wing shifts, and a soft gust moves your hair back from your face. It feels like being blessed without words, and you remember something you once learned, maybe in a sermon, maybe in a whisper of your own spirit. That transformation rarely arrives like a storm. It arrives like dawn, slowly, faithfully, 1 degree of light at a time. You step through the pillars. The air changes instantly. It is warmer here, thicker with comfort, like you've walked into a room where someone has been waiting for you. The ruins behind you become quieter, as if sealed by silence. Ahead, you see a narrow path lit by candles placed along the ground, each one small, each one brave, each one refusing to go out. The dragon walks beside you now, close enough that you can feel the rhythm of its breath, and with every step, you sense the purpose of this journey sharpening, not toward conquest, not toward victory over others, but toward a victory inside, toward courage that looks like rest, toward destiny that looks like surrender, toward mystery that does not frighten you, but calls you forward with wonder. You pass a stone table covered in old maps and dried ink. A quill rests there, untouched, waiting. A book lies open as if someone just stepped away, leaving the page for you. And you realize the second lesson is arriving. Your story is not only what happened to you, it is what you choose to write next. The dragon nudges the edge of the table with its snout, gently, almost playful, as if to say, look, as if to say, this is yours too. You smile, small, surprised, because you didn't expect joy tonight. You came for sleep, for quiet, for an escape from heaviness. But here, in this candlelit corridor of stone and silence, you're receiving something deeper, a reminder that hope can feel warm again, that light can feel close again, that you can feel like yourself again, even if only for a moment. A doorway appears ahead, made of wood darkened by time. A carved symbol rests at its center, a simple mark, like a flame cradled in 2 hands. The dragon stops. It looks at you with that ancient steadiness, that patient knowing, and you understand. This is where the true adventure begins, because beyond that door, you won't just meet a dragon's secret. You will meet the parts of you that have been sleeping, waiting for a voice gentle enough to wake them. You reach for the handle. Slowly, the candles flicker, the wind hushes, and the dragon's breath becomes a quiet, comforting rhythm at your side, as if heaven itself is leaning close to listen. And as the door begins to open, the warmth spilling out like a promise, you step forward, ready to learn what peace really means, not as an ending, but as a beginning. Continue Si Basset and Game of Thrones. The door opens with a slow, patient creak, like an old truth finally being allowed to speak. Warmth rolls out first. Not the sharp heat of a forge, but the steady comfort of a hall that has held winter at bay for centuries. You step inside. A great room stretches before you, built of dark stone and heavy timber. Candles stand in iron brackets along the walls, their flames trembling like little prayers. Tapestries hang high, wolves in moonlight, ravens in flight, a stag in a field of snow. Stories stitched into cloth, reminding you that even kingdoms once needed comfort. Somewhere deeper in the hall, a fire crackles. It sounds like a gentle conversation between wood and flame. The dragon follows you in, quietly, respectfully, as if it understands this place is sacred. Its claws make almost no sound on the stone floor, and yet you feel its presence the way you feel a steady heartbeat beside you in the dark. On a long table, there are objects arranged with care: a small bowl of salt, a cup of water, a piece of bread wrapped in linen. Simple things, old things, the kind of ordinary offerings that become extraordinary when they're given with meaning. You don't know why, but your chest softens again, because deep down, you recognize the language of simple symbols. Bread that says, you will be sustained. Water that says, you can be cleansed. Salt that says, you can be preserved, kept from spoiling in sorrow. A small bell chimes somewhere, faint, distant, and you realize the sound isn't outside. It's inside the place, like a reminder that time still moves. But here it moves kindly. You take a few steps forward, and the air smells of pine resin and old books. To your left, there's an alcove lined with shelves, scrolls, maps, ledgers bound in cracked leather. A Meister's corner, you think, where knowledge is kept like a lantern for those who stumble. A raven sits on a perch above the shelves, head tilted as if studying you. Its feathers shine like ink beneath candlelight. It does not call. It simply watches, silent, wise, as if it has carried messages between hearts before, messages too heavy to carry alone. You glance at the dragon, and it gives a slow blink, calm as snowfall, as if to say, yes, you're meant to be here. In the center of the hall, a circular stair descends into shadow. A downward path, quiet, patient, like a thought you've been avoiding. Beside the stair, a carved plaque rests on a stand. The lettering is old, but you can read it. Not because you studied it, but because your spirit recognizes it. Not all who descend are falling. Some are searching for what they buried to survive. Your throat tightens, because you know that feeling. The way you hide parts of yourself in the dark, not to be dishonest, but to make it through the day. The dragon moves closer, its warmth a steady presence at your side. You notice faint scars along its scales, old marks, healed long ago. Even guardians have histories. Even strong creatures have been wounded. And suddenly, the message lands like a soft hand on your shoulder. Courage is not the absence of scars. Courage is letting the scar become a testimony instead of a prison. You stand at the edge of the stair. The air below is cooler, still, like the hush before prayer. You don't want fear tonight. You came for rest. And yet, some rests are deeper than sleep. Some rests are the kind that restore your soul. You step down. One step, then another. Candlelight fades behind you, but it doesn't disappear. It follows, faint and faithful, like hope that refuses to abandon you, even when you stop believing in it. The stair opens into a long underground corridor, stone walls, damp air, and the faint sound of water somewhere far away. Your footsteps echo softly, as if the world itself is listening. The dragon's breath is close, steady. Its warmth keeps the chill from settling into your bones. You pass iron sconces where small flames burn blue and gold, strange and beautiful. Not harsh, not eerie, just different, like a reminder that light can take many forms. Along the walls, you see marks, old scratches in the stone, names, dates, tiny prayers carved by trembling hands. Some read like promises: I will return, I will forgive, I will not become stone. You swallow, because you've made promises too, silent ones, the kind you make in the dark when nobody is watching, and you've broken some, not from evil, from exhaustion. The corridor bends, and the air changes again, sweeter, cleaner. You smell snow, even underground. Ahead, you see a faint red glow. Not fire, something else. You step into a cavern that opens wide like a secret breath beneath the earth. In its center stands a pale tree, white bark, red leaves, impossible and holy in the dimness. A weirwood, its face is carved into the trunk, eyes closed, expression calm, not judging, watching, remembering. The dragon stops at the edge of the cavern, as if respecting the tree the way one respects an altar. And you feel it too. This place is older than kings, older than banners, older than pride. A silence settles on you, deep and steady. Not the silence of emptiness, the silence of presence. You step closer to the tree. The red leaves rustle, though there is no wind, and a few drift down like slow embers. One lands on your shoulder, light as forgiveness. You look up at the carved face, and for a moment, you feel seen, not in the way that exposes you, but in the way that understands you. You think of all the things you carry, all the words you swallowed, all the times you had to be strong when you wanted to be held. Your eyes sting, and you don't fight it, because this place doesn't demand performance. It invites truth. A whisper rises in your mind, gentle, familiar, almost like scripture carried on breath. Come to me, all who are weary, and I will give you rest. You don't hear it with ears. You hear it with the part of you that still hopes God is kind. The dragon shifts behind you. Its wings settle. Its breath warms the air, and you realize something, slowly. This dragon isn't here to prove power. It's here to witness healing, to stand guard while you remember who you are beneath the armor. You place your hand on the pale bark. It's cool at first. Then, beneath the surface, warmth answers, like a living pulse, like a promise that your heart, too, can wake again. And in that moment, a new kind of mystery opens. Not the mystery of monsters or battles, but the mystery of transformation. Because the tree is not showing you visions of war. It is showing you something quieter, a memory you forgot you had, a small version of you, standing in sunlight, before life taught you to brace for impact. You see yourself laughing. You see yourself believing. You see yourself unafraid to be soft. Your breath catches, and the cavern feels like a sanctuary, like a hidden chapel beneath the world, where the only offering required is honesty. The red leaves continue to fall in slow, steady rhythm. And as you stand there, hand on the tree, dragon beside you, you sense that the next door is not made of wood or iron. It is made of surrender. And just beyond it, the story is waiting to show you the first true lesson of your cozy dragon adventure. Not how to survive the night, but how to return to the light, one gentle step at a time. Continue Sebaseye in Game of Thrones. Ambiente cozy. The cavern breathes with you. The pale tree remains behind, its red leaves settling into silence, as if it knows you will return when you are ready. You step away slowly, not with urgency, but with gratitude, like leaving a quiet chapel where your heart was heard without words. The dragon turns first, not with command, with invitation. You follow as it moves through a narrower passage, the stone walls smoothing out, the air growing warmer again. Soon, the rough echo of the cavern fades, replaced by something gentler. The distant crackle of fire, the soft murmur of fabric shifting in stillness, the comforting sense of shelter. You emerge into a smaller chamber carved deep within the castle's bones. This place feels lived in. A low ceiling holds warmth close, wooden beams darkened by time and smoke. Thick rugs cover the stone floor, their patterns faded but careful, telling stories meant to be walked upon slowly. A hearth glows at the far end of the room, flames moving lazily, as if they, too, are tired of rushing. The dragon lowers itself beside the fire. Its great body curls with surprising grace, wings folding in like a promise kept. When it exhales, the flames respond, not flaring, not shrinking, just steadying. Balance. A bench rests near the hearth, layered with furs and woven blankets. Nothing ornate, nothing excessive. Comfort chosen over display. You sit. The heat reaches you gently, sinking into your bones the way winter stories say it should. Your shoulders drop without asking permission. Your jaw unclenches. Your breath finds a slower rhythm. On a small table nearby, a kettle hums softly. Steam rises in thin spirals, catching the firelight. Beside it, 2 cups wait. You pour. The sound is quiet, familiar, like evenings long ago, before life taught you to hurry even through rest. You hold the cup in both hands, letting the warmth soak into your palms. Across the room, the dragon watches, not guarding the door, guarding the moment. You realize something subtle, almost shy in its arrival. This creature is not here to take you somewhere else. It is here to help you stay, to remain in this moment long enough for it to matter. The fire pops softly. Outside, far above you, wind moves through the battlements, brushing stone and banners in slow, patient strokes. The castle settles around you like a living thing choosing sleep. You think of all the halls like this that once existed, rooms behind great thrones, corners away from councils and crowns, places where even kings removed their armor and remembered they were human. You sip the warm drink. It tastes simple. Herbs, honey, something grounding. And with it comes a thought, gentle but clear. Not every legacy is written in blood or fire. Some are written in the quiet spaces where the soul learns to breathe again. The dragon shifts, closer to the hearth. Its scales catch the firelight, glowing softly, not fierce, not threatening, just alive. You notice the slow rise and fall of its chest, the steadiness of it, and you begin to mirror that rhythm without trying. Inhale, exhale. Time loosens its grip. On the wall above the hearth hangs an old sword, not sharp anymore, its edge dulled with age. It is not displayed proudly. It is simply resting there, a reminder, perhaps, that weapons, too, are allowed to retire. You look at it and feel no pull toward it, no urge to prove anything, and that realization feels like freedom. A raven's call echoes faintly outside, distant and calm, not a warning, not a summons, just a sound passing through the night. The dragon closes its eyes. Trust. You wrap the blanket tighter around yourself and let your gaze soften. The firelight dances, creating shadows that stretch and shrink along the walls. Shadows that no longer feel threatening. They feel like companions. You think of the roads you walked before arriving here. Cold nights, heavy choices, moments where you had to stand tall when you wanted to rest. And here, in this hidden room beneath stone and story, you understand the lesson forming quietly inside you. Even in worlds built on power and survival, there were always places meant for healing. They were just harder to find. The dragon stirs slightly, its tail shifting, scales whispering against the floor. The sound is soothing, like rain beginning far away. Your eyelids grow heavy, not from exhaustion alone, but from safety. You don't fall asleep yet. You simply rest in the knowing that tonight you are not required to be brave. Tonight, being present is enough. And as the fire burns low and steady, and the castle holds you in its ancient calm, you sense that this cozy refuge is only one part of the journey. Beyond these walls, more quiet lessons wait, written not in commands, but in kindness. And when you are ready, the dragon will rise again. The path will open softly, and the night will guide you forward, not toward battle, but toward belonging. The cavern remains behind you, its silence settling gently into memory, like a prayer whispered once and never forgotten. As you walk away, you sense that the tree does not fade. It simply waits, patient as truth. The dragon moves ahead, guiding you through a narrower passage carved deep into the castle's bones. Here the stone feels warmer, smoother, shaped by centuries of shelter rather than conflict. The air carries a familiar scent, wood smoke, herbs, something quietly alive. You emerge into a hidden chamber beneath the great halls. This place is small, intimate, and unmistakably human. Low wooden beams cradle the ceiling, darkened by years of firelight and stories told in hushed voices. Thick rugs soften the stone floor, their patterns worn by countless quiet evenings like this one. At the far end, a hearth burns steadily. Not fiercely, faithfully. The dragon lowers itself beside the fire, folding its wings with surprising care. Its presence fills the room, yet never overwhelms it. Like strength that has learned gentleness. You sit on a bench layered with furs and woven blankets. The warmth reaches you slowly, deeply, sinking into your shoulders, your back, your breath. Without realizing it, you exhale a little longer than before. On a small wooden table nearby, a kettle hums softly. Steam rises in delicate spirals, catching the firelight like fleeting thoughts. 2 cups wait, simple and unadorned. You pour. The sound is quiet, grounding, almost sacred. You wrap your hands around the cup and let the warmth remind you of something ancient. That rest has always been part of survival. The dragon watches from near the fire, not as a guard, as a witness. Outside, far above, the wind brushes against stone walls and sleeping banners. The castle settles into itself, choosing stillness for the night. You think of all the places like this that once existed beyond thrones and councils. Rooms where armor was set aside, where crowns were forgotten, where even rulers remembered they were mortal. You sip slowly. The drink tastes of herbs and honey, simple and honest. And with it comes a quiet understanding. Not every legacy is forged in fire and blood. Some are built in warmth, patience, and the courage to pause. The dragon shifts closer to the hearth. Firelight dances along its scales, softening their edges. You notice faint scars, old, healed, no longer painful. Even guardians carry history. Even strength has known wounds. Your breathing begins to match the dragon's rhythm. Inhale, exhale. Time loosens. Above the hearth, an old sword hangs on the wall, its blade dulled by age. It is not displayed with pride. It simply rests. And you feel no desire to reach for it. That, too, feels like a lesson. A distant raven's call echoes through the night, not urgent, not alarming. Just a reminder that the world still turns, even while you rest. The dragon closes its eyes. Trust fills the room, wrapped in warmth, firelight, and silence. You realize something gently unfolding inside you. Tonight, you are not required to be brave. You are only asked to be present. The fire burns low and steady. The castle holds you in its ancient calm. And somewhere beyond these walls, another quiet truth waits, ready to be discovered when you rise again. The warmth of the hearth lingers on your skin as you rise, not as something you cling to, but as something you carry, like a blessing given quietly, meant to travel with you. The dragon opens its eyes, not suddenly, not urgently, slowly, as if waking from the same gentle rest you just tasted. It stands, stretching its wings with care, mindful of the low beams. The firelight fades behind you as a narrow door opens, releasing a breath of cold air that feels clean rather than cruel. Winter waits outside, but tonight it does not threaten. You step beyond the hidden chamber and climb a winding stair carved into the outer wall of the castle. Each step echoes softly, wrapped in stone and silence. Torches flicker along the path, their flames steady, refusing to bow to the chill. When you reach the top, the door opens onto the battlements. Snow falls in slow, unhurried flakes. Not a storm, not a warning. Just winter doing what it has always done, covering the world in quiet. The land stretches wide before you. Dark forests. Frozen rivers catching moonlight like silver threads. Distant towers glowing faintly, each one holding its own small pocket of warmth. The dragon moves beside you, wings tucked close, breath visible in the cold air. Its presence turns the vastness into something safe, not empty, but open. You walk along the stone wall, boots crunching softly against snow-dusted ground. The wind brushes your face, gentle and honest, carrying the scent of pine and frost. It clears your thoughts the way truth sometimes does, without argument. You notice how the snow transforms everything it touches. Sharp edges soften. Old scars disappear beneath white silence. Even the hardest stone looks kinder under its cover. And you realize the lesson hidden in the cold. Rest does not erase the past. It reframes it. The dragon lifts its head, eyes following the snowfall. For a moment, you imagine how many winters it has seen. How many nights like this, quiet, suspended between darkness and dawn. And yet, it stands calm. Strength, you understand now, is not resistance to the cold, but the ability to remain gentle within it. You stop near the edge of the wall. Below, the land sleeps. Villages tucked into valleys, roads buried under snow, resting from footsteps, lives paused, not ended, waiting. You lean against the stone and feel its chill through your coat. It grounds you, keeps you here. The dragon lowers itself beside you, large and steady, a living wall against the wind. Its warmth reaches you again, not overpowering, just enough. You stand together like that for a while. No words, no urgency, just two beings watching the world breathe. A thought surfaces quietly, like a verse remembered at the right time. There are seasons for movement, and seasons for stillness. Wisdom is knowing which one you are in. Snow gathers on the dragon's scales, melting slowly where warmth meets cold. You watch the pattern repeat, fall, pause, disappear. And something inside you mirrors that rhythm. You don't need to solve anything tonight. You don't need answers. You only need to notice. The way the night holds you without asking for proof. The way the dragon remains, not as a shield, but as companionship. The way winter itself feels less frightening when you stop fighting it. A distant horn sounds far across the land. Low, slow, ceremonial. Not a call to arms. A marking of time. The dragon turns its head toward you, eyes reflecting starlight. There is no command in its gaze, only a quiet invitation. Soon, it seems to say, we will move again. But not yet. You take one last look at the snow-covered world beyond the walls. You let the stillness settle into your bones, and you understand that this night is shaping you, not through trials, but through tenderness. As you turn back toward the stair, the wind softens, the snow thins, and somewhere within the castle, another hidden place waits to reveal itself, a place where memory and destiny cross paths. And as you follow the dragon back inside, you sense it clearly. The journey is leading you inward now, toward something quiet, something forgotten, something true. The stair descends slowly, curling inward like a thought returning to its source. Your footsteps are soft now, almost careful, as if the castle itself is listening. The air grows warmer again, carrying the scent of dust, parchment, and time. The dragon walks behind you, not leading, not following, simply present. At the bottom of the stair, a wide wooden door stands slightly open. Light spills through the crack, not firelight, not torchlight, but something steadier, something patient. You push the door, and it yields without resistance. Inside, a long hall stretches quietly before you. Tall stone columns line the walls, their surfaces carved with names, some sharp and clear, others softened by centuries of touch. Candles burn beneath each carving, small flames honoring stories that once mattered greatly to someone. This is a hall of remembrance, not for kings alone, not for heroes sung in loud halls, but for lives lived faithfully, quietly, imperfectly. You move slowly, reading what you can. Some names are followed by titles, others by nothing at all, and yet each candle burns the same. You feel something settle in your chest. Here, worth is not measured by conquest. Here, presence is enough. The dragon pauses near the entrance, lowering its head slightly, as if this place demands reverence. Its breath warms the floor behind you, grounding you as you walk deeper into the hall. You stop before one carving in particular, The name is unfamiliar, the letters simple, no grand symbol beside it, and yet you feel drawn to it. You don't know why. You rest your fingers against the stone, cool and steady. As you do, a memory stirs, not specific, not sharp, but emotional. The feeling of wanting to be known, not admired, not feared, just known. A quiet truth unfolds within you. So much of your life has been spent proving, explaining, enduring. But here, none of that is required. The dragon steps closer, its presence a silent reassurance. Its eye catches the candlelight, reflecting it gently, as if holding many small flames inside. You walk on. Further down the hall, the names grow older. Languages shift, symbols change, and you understand identity is not fixed in stone. It is shaped by time, by choice, by mercy. At the far end of the hall stands a basin carved from pale rock. Clear water rests within it, perfectly still. Above it, a single inscription reads, "Remember who you were, so you may choose who you become." You lean over the basin. Your reflection looks softer here, less guarded, as if the castle is seeing you the way heaven might, without accusation. The dragon settles behind you, folding itself into stillness. Its warmth meets the cool air, creating a quiet balance. You take a breath, and for a moment, you allow yourself to release the names you've been called that never truly belonged to you. Too much. Not enough. Weak. Difficult. Invisible. The water ripples gently, though you did not touch it, as if listening. You straighten slowly, feeling lighter. Not because something was added, but because something unnecessary was set down. The candles flicker. The hall remains. And you sense, without being told, that this chapter of the journey has given you something precious. Permission. Permission to rest without guilt. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to walk forward without carrying every version of yourself. A soft draft moves through the hall, and somewhere deeper within the castle, a door opens quietly. The dragon lifts its head. The path is ready again, and as you turn to follow, you carry with you the knowing that names can change. But truth, once remembered, stays. The corridor leading away from the hall of old names narrows, guiding you gently upward. The stone beneath your steps feels older here, cooler, as if it remembers countless nights spent waiting. The dragon follows close, its presence steady, unhurried. You climb a spiral stair that winds higher and higher, each turn revealing a slit of moonlight through narrow windows. The sound of the castle fades below you. What remains is wind and breath and thought. At last, you reach the watchtower. It is smaller than you imagined. Not a place of command or alarm, but one of quiet vigilance. A single brazier burns low at the center, casting a warm amber glow across the stone walls. You step inside, and the door closes softly behind you. From here, the world feels distant. You look out through the open archway. The land stretches endlessly beneath the night sky. Forests dark and still, fields resting under frost, distant roads winding like sleeping serpents. No armies move, no banners stir, only peace. The dragon settles beside the brazier, curling its tail around itself. The fire responds, brightening just enough to hold the cold at bay. You sit near the edge of the tower, wrapped in a thick cloak left here long ago for someone who needed it. The wind brushes your face, cool and honest. It carries no threat, only clarity. Up here, you can see without being seen, watch without being watched, and slowly, you understand the purpose of this place. This tower was not built to anticipate enemies. It was built to teach patience. You rest your arms on the stone ledge and gaze outward. Stars scatter across the sky, distant and faithful, each one holding its place without effort. They remind you that guidance does not always shout. Sometimes it simply shines. The dragon lifts its head, eyes following the same horizon. For a moment, you imagine all it has guarded, not only castles and people, but moments like this, moments where nothing happens and everything heals. Your thoughts drift to the choices you've made, the ones you rushed through, the ones you feared too much to make at all. Up here, none of them accuse you. They simply exist, like landmarks on a long road. A quiet realization forms. Wisdom is not knowing what comes next. Wisdom is trusting that you will meet it when it arrives. The brazier crackles softly. The dragon's breathing slows. Your own follows. You are not waiting for danger. You are keeping watch over your own becoming. And as the night deepens, you sense the subtle shift that always comes before dawn. Not light yet, but the promise of it. Somewhere below, the castle rests in silence. Somewhere ahead, another door waits to be opened, and you remain here a moment longer, wrapped in warmth and height and calm, knowing that this watchtower has given you a gift. Perspective, not to rush forward, but to move on when your heart is ready. The dragon rises slowly. The signal is gentle. It is time to descend. And as you turn away from the view, carrying the quiet strength of stillness with you, you know the journey is drawing you closer to its heart. The descent from the watchtower is slow and winding, as if the castle itself wishes to give you time to carry what you've seen. Your footsteps echo faintly, softened by the calm now resting in your chest. The dragon moves beside you, quiet as thought. At the base of the stair, a narrow passage opens into a hidden wing of the castle. The air changes here, warmer, drier, filled with the scent of parchment and old wood. You sense knowledge before you see it. The library reveals itself gently. Rows of shelves stretch into shadow, filled with books bound in leather, cloth, and time. Candles burn between the shelves, their flames small and unwavering, as if trained to respect silence. This is not a place for haste. You step inside, and the door closes behind you with a soft certainty. Here, even sound feels sacred. The dragon pauses at the entrance, lowering its head, acknowledging the wisdom kept within these walls. You walk on alone, fingers brushing the spines of books as you pass. Some titles are faded beyond reading. Others seem to watch you, waiting to be chosen. You notice how the light behaves here. It does not flood the room. It guides. Each candle illuminates just enough. A single shelf, a single passage, a single truth at a time. You stop before a table near the center of the room. An open book rests there, its pages yellowed but carefully preserved. No dust, no neglect. Someone loved these words once. You read a few lines, not with urgency, but with openness. They speak of seasons, of patience, of faith carried quietly through long nights. Not instructions, reflections. The dragon settles nearby, its presence warming the stone floor. Firelight dances along its scales, soft and respectful, as if even flame knows to behave here. You sit. The chair creaks slightly beneath you, a sound that feels almost comforting. You allow yourself to be still, and something gentle unfolds. Learning does not always come from effort. Sometimes it arrives when the soul is quiet enough to listen. Your gaze drifts to a nearby shelf labeled with symbols rather than words. You don't understand them fully, yet they stir something familiar, a sense that truth often speaks before language does. You close the book, not because you are finished, but because you've received what you needed for now. The candles flicker, responding to a subtle draft that moves through the room. Somewhere deeper within the library, a hidden passage creaks open, slow, deliberate. The dragon lifts its head. Another chapter is calling. As you rise, you carry with you the lesson of the silent flames. Wisdom does not demand attention. It waits, patient, faithful, until you are ready to meet it. And as you follow the dragon toward the soft glow beyond the shelves, you sense it clearly. What comes next will not be learned from pages alone, but from the heart that has been prepared to receive it. You leave the library quietly, as if not to disturb the knowledge still breathing between the shelves. The passage opens into open air, and the night greets you again, cool, calm, expectant. The dragon steps beside you, its presence steady, familiar. The courtyard lies wide and still. Stone walls encircle the space, holding it like cupped hands. Torches burn low along the edges, their flames wavering gently, aware that night is nearing its end. The ground beneath your feet is cold, dusted with frost that sparkles faintly under the stars. This place feels like a pause between sentences. You walk slowly across the courtyard, your breath visible in the air. Somewhere, water drips from an unseen fountain, marking time softly. The sound is unhurried, almost kind. The dragon moves to the center and settles there, lowering itself with care. Its wings fold close, sheltering warmth within. You stand near it, feeling the contrast between cold stone and living heat. You look up. The sky has begun to change. Dark blue softens at the horizon, thinning into pale silver. Stars fade one by one, not vanishing, but yielding. Dawn is not here yet, but it is on its way. You realize this courtyard was never meant for ceremony or spectacle. It exists for waiting, for the kind of waiting that shapes the heart. You think of all the times you stood on the edge of something new, not knowing if light would come, not knowing if rest would last. And yet, you waited anyway. The dragon exhales slowly. Its breath rolls across the stones, like a blessing warming cold ground. You let yourself lean into that warmth, just enough. A thought rises quietly, like a prayer remembered rather than spoken. Hope does not rush the night. It trusts the morning. You close your eyes for a moment. When you open them again, the sky has shifted further. A faint line of gold traces the distant hills beyond the walls. It feels intimate, like a secret shared only with those who stayed awake long enough to notice. You sense that something within you is preparing to rise as well. Not urgency, not resolve, readiness. The dragon lifts its head, eyes reflecting the first hint of light. It does not stand yet. There is no hurry. Some transformations require witnessing the full passage from darkness into glow. You remain there together, wrapped in quiet and cold and promise. And in this gentle moment before dawn, you receive another lesson. Beginnings do not always announce themselves loudly. Often, they arrive softly and ask only that you remain present. Soon, the gates of the courtyard will open. Soon, the path will lead you onward. But for now, you stand between night and morning, held by stone and sky, guarded by warmth and patience. And as the first light touches the courtyard floor, you understand. This journey is no longer only about rest. It is about renewal. The first light of dawn settles gently across the courtyard, touching stone and frost as if blessing both. Shadows soften, cold loosens its grip. The world exhales. You feel it before you see it. A subtle shift in the air, a quiet readiness moving through the castle like a heartbeat waking after sleep. The dragon rises slowly, stretching its wings with care, mindful of the fragile calm that still lingers. At the far end of the courtyard, the great gate stands closed, but changed. No longer imposing, no longer distant. Light spills through its seams, thin and golden, tracing lines along the ancient wood and iron. It does not force the gate open. It waits. You walk toward it, each step unhurried. The stones beneath your feet feel warmer now, carrying the memory of night without clinging to it. Behind you, the castle remains silent, as if offering its blessing without words. The dragon follows, stopping just short of the gate. It does not pass through. You understand. This threshold is yours alone. You rest your hand against the wood. It is rough, real, worn by countless hands before yours. People who stood here not knowing what lay ahead. People who stepped forward anyway. For a moment, you hesitate. Not from fear, but from awareness. Crossing this gate does not mean leaving the night behind. It means carrying what the night taught you into the day. You think of the hearth beneath the castle, the snow beyond the walls, the hall of names, the quiet watchtower, the silent library, the courtyard before dawn. Each place gave you something. None demanded anything in return. The gate creaks softly as it begins to open, slow, respectful, as if honoring the weight of the moment. Light spills forward, warm and steady, touching your face. Beyond the gate, the road stretches outward, not dramatic, not grand, just open. Fields touched by morning mist, a path winding gently between hills, the promise of movement without pressure. You step through. The dragon's breath warms your back one last time, like a silent prayer sent with you. You do not look back immediately. You allow yourself to feel the ground of this new place beneath your feet, different, familiar, alive. A realization settles deep within you. You do not need to know the whole journey. You only need to take the step that is lit. The gate closes behind you with a soft finality, not locking, not sealing, just completing the moment. The castle remains. The dragon remains. And you move forward, carrying calm instead of armor, trust instead of fear. Ahead, the path curves gently, disappearing into light and shadow intertwined. You sense that what awaits next will not test your strength, but your willingness to believe again. And as the morning fully arrives, you walk on, not rushing, not resisting, simply becoming. The road welcomes you without ceremony. It does not rise to meet you, nor does it challenge your steps. It simply unfolds, soft earth beneath your feet, bordered by frost-kissed grass and stones warmed slowly by the morning sun. Mist drifts low along the ground, moving like a quiet thought that has not yet taken shape. You walk. Each step feels different from the last night's paths, lighter. Not because the journey is over, but because something inside you has shifted. Behind you, the castle is no longer visible, not gone, just resting beyond the curve of the land. The dragon remains there. You sense it, not as a presence you must keep, but as one you can trust to exist even when unseen. The road bends gently, as if guiding rather than directing. You notice small markers along the way, stones stacked carefully, branches tied with faded cloth, symbols left by travelers who once passed through, hoping someone would understand. And strangely, you do. Each sign feels familiar, like fragments of your own story scattered across the land. Moments where you paused, moments where you chose to continue, despite not feeling ready. The wind moves softly at your back, no longer cold. It carries the scent of damp earth and distant fields, life preparing itself. You realize then that this road is not measuring your speed. It is honoring your persistence. A quiet truth rises within you. You were never lost. You were learning the shape of your own becoming. As you walk, memories surface, not sharply, not painfully. They come gently, like pages turning on their own. Faces, voices, versions of yourself you once had to be in order to survive. You do not judge them now. You thank them. The road narrows slightly, passing between two low hills. Sunlight spills through the gap, illuminating the path ahead in warm gold. For a moment, you feel as though the land itself recognizes you, as if it remembers your name, even when you forgot it yourself. Your breathing slows, your shoulders ease. You are no longer walking toward rest. You are walking from it, carrying its wisdom forward. A verse echoes quietly in your thoughts, not as instruction, but as reassurance. There is a time to dwell in the shelter, and a time to walk in the light it prepared you for. You pause briefly, placing your hand over your heart. The rhythm there is steady, faithful. You are still you, but you are also more. The road stretches on, disappearing into rolling hills touched by morning. It does not promise ease. It promises companionship with yourself. And as you take another step, you sense the final chapter drawing near. not as an ending, but as a gentle sealing of what has been awakened. The last lesson waits just ahead, not hidden, not guarded, but ready to be received, and you walk toward it calmly, with courage that feels like peace, and hope that feels like home. The journey nears its close. The road slows until it almost disappears, not because it ends, but because it has brought you where you needed to be. You stop at a gentle rise in the land. Morning is fully awake now, bathing the fields in soft gold. The mist thins, lifting like a curtain after a quiet performance meant just for you. You breathe in. The air feels new, not untouched, but renewed. Behind you, a familiar warmth stirs. You turn. The dragon stands at a distance, just beyond the bend of the road, where earth meets memory. It does not approach. It does not retreat. It waits. You understand then, this was never a journey meant to be owned, only shared for a time. The dragon lifts its head, wings catching the light, not in display, not in farewell, in recognition. Everything you were meant to receive has already been given. Rest, perspective, permission, hope. You feel it settle inside you, quiet and steady, like a flame that knows how to endure wind. A final truth rises gently, without force. Guides do not walk with us forever. They walk with us until we remember how to walk on our own. The dragon lowers its head once more, a gesture of trust, and then slowly it turns back toward the land of stone and shadow and warmth you came from. Its wings do not thunder. They move softly, respectfully, carrying silence with them. You do not feel abandoned. You feel entrusted. You place a hand over your heart and notice the rhythm there. Strong, calm, awake. The journey did not change the world around you. It changed the way you stand within it. You look ahead. The path continues, not dramatic, not certain, but open. And for the first time in a long while, that feels like enough. You take one step forward, then another. And as you walk, you carry the lessons quietly, the way true wisdom prefers to travel. That courage can be gentle. That faith can be felt before it is understood. That rest is not escape. It is preparation. You remember who you are. Not a warrior required to fight endlessly, but a soul allowed to hope again. The light warms your face. The road receives your steps. And the dragon, though unseen, remains part of you now. Because the greatest magic was never the creature. It was what you awakened within yourself. And as this story closes, another opens, not in these words, but in your life. So carry this calm with you. Return whenever the night feels heavy. And remember, you are always welcome here. Subscribe to the circle, return when your heart needs rest, and keep your light alive. The next quiet journey is already waiting for you.